Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? It's the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. I have been sleeping much better recently. last little while. I've been going to the doctor and getting new medication and taking more care of my sinus hygiene. So I'm feeling pretty good today. I had a bit of a break yesterday. I was going to do a YouTube video and just never got around to doing that. But that's because I've been struggling. I've been going through it a bit. And I think just like burnout on top of physical health not being great can be really challenging. Although, you know, I feel like I'm coming out the other side of it. I feel quite good at the moment, today at least. So I'm going to make the most of that and be really productive. Big thanks to everybody who's here in chat already. Big turnout on Twitch. Void Playing Games. Max Soulis is here. Swizz is here. Pixels Murphy. Casatatus. We got Eyes. Welcome, welcome. Pardon me. It's actually true. I'm really bad at hiding when I'm not feeling good. Today, I felt good. Fun TV is here on YouTube. Hey, Fun TV. Hope everyone's doing well on YouTube. We've got 2 concurrent viewers right now. Let's go. Hey, Cheris Orbits. So, yeah, today I'm just going to jump pretty much straight into scenario edits. I feel like just to like sort of do our little flyby over the Insignia project, talking about like where we're at, where we've been, what's changing, kind of what the implications are of those changes, that kind of thing. I think I sort of found myself in a little bit of a rabbit hole the last couple of days. In fact, maybe even the last month, but specifically really potently in the last, I want to say like 4 days, this week. Basically it's been something like this, right? Something like, Adam, like a demo for chapter 1 needs updating or like needs work on pacing. Okay. That's like the first thing. And then or we could just call it needs work after production budget ends. Let's just call it that. So that's the first thing that happened. Then the next thing that happened was Adam puts in a bunch of work. That he doesn't want, my gosh, to repeat for next chapters. Publishers waiting on demo. This comes first. Adam has to be happy with the final state of the demo to send. So this comes here, and it's almost like we're sort of doing the shaving the yak thing, where it's like, well, in order to do this, we need to do this. In order to do this, we need to do this. And then it's like, the last one was, Adam can't begin pre-production work on chapters 2, 3, 4, 5 until he has a confident strategy on budgeting and scoping those chapters. Adam needs to change aspects of the current production strategy to make pre-production work estimable. Adam needs to do discovery on pre-production, we'll call it research, on production changes to propose appropriate adaptations for Insignia. Adam needs to mock up proposed changes to validate them. Adam has to explain proposed changes to 250 people over 2 streams to approve changes. That's kind of where we've been at for the last couple of months. It's a rabbit hole, for sure. I don't feel guilty about it though, because it's just the way that it is. It's okay. I'm happy with, I'm actually like, though I don't think this is finished, I like, there's certainly stuff that I would change about the chapter 1 asset production, particularly for environments and pacing in general. So these things we're talking about, these include artworking, pacing, like level design and environment design, basically. So though I don't think that this solves those things explicitly yet, I do think that it's already, like, I've done this enough that I can identify when this leads somewhere fruitful. So I'm pretty confident that at least letting go of a couple of the constraints that I had around tile sets and focusing more on level chunks rather than sprawling levels will lead to a more easily validatable set of like pacings. And I do think that it's possible to gray box this stuff. I think it is possible. I need to be, and it's probably the case that we're over concerned about some of these things anyway. So it's a bit of everything. Pre-production on chapter 2 is going to be a little bit different from how we did chapter 1, I think. The strategy that I think we might have to employ is one where the story and the layouts don't actually go hand in hand necessarily. There are sort of like the two values that the game has right now that are like the chief values. One is like gameplay and teaching the player how to do things and testing them on those things. And the other is like weaving a nice narrative through it. And those two things they are so, each of them is core, and the experience depends on both of them. But both of them can be sort of validated in isolation. You can write a synopsis, you could do level chunks, but it's the putting them together that's harder. And the environment design, those unique aspects of the environment design, rely on me settling on a version of those two things that mesh together. So like, this is the place where you do this thing and then this story beat happens, or this is where this story beat takes place, sandwiched between these two gameplay elements. Being able to be flexible with that is what I'm missing right now, where I'm just going, here's, well, it's not bad. Like the parts of the game that actually work quite well currently are the parts where I can just swap stuff around. It's the parts where I can't swap stuff around that needs to change. And particularly, I mean, to be charitable to me, the parts that I can't swap around are really the parts like, there's like the one intro to learning the ensign system. That's going to be the hardest thing in the whole game to edit, because it's just like a one-off thing where you have to learn a bunch of stuff, you know, in a very dense space where there is a lot of story mixed in with the gameplay. That's just unfortunately going to be a dense and messy portion of the game. But the rest of it, when we proposed the changes to the tempo of the game, was easy. I just go, okay, take this level, put it over here. Take this level, put it over here. That's a testament to scene graph working. That's good stuff, right? Because it could easily have been the case that it was even harder than what it was to update that kind of stuff. So the fact that scene graph was great and could allow us to just reroute the levels, that's good. We need to be able to do that a little bit more. And that's a level design question. That's a level design methodology question, that like these chunks need to be even more broken down so that they can be rearranged, so that they can be more specific and have more specific and interesting art around them. Okay, so that all being said, where does that leave us? Where it leaves us is now me coming back to this and just doing this, finishing this stuff. Would you eat crab if that crab ate a person? I don't know. I'm not really a seafood guy, but if we're talking about the circle of life, I mean, everything's subject to that. So, questions here around, like, what should this level design change? I think yes. I think so. Doing a little bit of thinking here around whether or not we get teleported. Hey, step 1, draw a circle. Oh, it is dumb, isn't it? Sorry about that. So in the past, I've thought about this as like a room with multiple exits, which appear, like the walls collapsing, stuff like that. But I think it's going to have to be more like I think teleporters are better for this. Maybe. I'm just realizing that, like, let me, oh, wow, my tablet's not even here. One sec, I'll be right back. No, I think instead of doors, I think it's literally like you stand in front of the thing and you just get teleported somewhere else. I think we have to just allow there to be teleporters in the game. Or like teleport moments. So this is what we're talking about here. Is there lore to explain that? Magic. Yeah. So in like Zelda, right, you've got these like shrines that look like this. They're like mounds and they've got special doors, the Sheikah doors or whatever, and they've got the little eyeball on top or whatever. I can't remember. And you walk inside and there's like a thing, and it's like an elevator that takes you down, and there's a fade out as you go down the elevator, and then there's a big room. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And there's a bunch of stuff you have to do. And then at the end, there is your monk guy, cross-legged, with his hands like this. And he gives you the shadow orb or whatever it is, the spirit orb, up the staircase. That's a Zelda shrine from Breath of the Wild, or even Tears of the Kingdom has these two. So the way it works right now is this is the overworld. This is an underworld. And what I'm doing in Insignia is, I guess, kind of swapping this a little bit. So, hey, Kakoa Kayang, welcome. So, hey, Marco Seiji, welcome. So I'm having there be the crucible in the overworld, which is down an elevator, typically, where there's just an anvil. So the anvil takes you down an elevator into this part, and then from here, and maybe it's not always an elevator from an anvil. Maybe they're just there out in the overworld later. But for now, we've just got it like it's a little place. You do this, and then I'd like for it to be that there's just a challenge around here. But I think that the problem that I have right now is that this is I always have this problem of it being it needs to feel linear, but it needs to bring you back here. So in the prototype dungeon that I did in the end of 2023, it was like a series of rooms that take you like this. It's like 1 room, 2 room, 3 room, end up back here, and then continue. So it's like, it's a line, but it's a loop. I don't even think that's necessary. I feel like it could be just you get teleported to somewhere that is linear, and you have to go from here to here, and then when you get to here, you just go get teleported back to here. The only awkwardness about all of this is in the lore, what's doing what happens to make this stuff work. Because in the lore, you're supposed to do a bunch of stuff to do with an ability before you have it, and then you get it, and then you can use it. But that sort of doesn't really work. This is like a fundamental thing that I need to solve, I think, before we do any more design of these. I think there's still a problem. It's a motivational problem. It's like an order of operations thing. In terms of like dungeon design. If we look at Zelda, we might actually get an answer to this. Okay, so Saravati has redeemed a clinker. Pink. Some animal? No, this is it's too mystical for there to just be an animal that takes you somewhere. Yellow. Sorry, buddy. I mean, and actually, if you think about it, in Zelda, do you know what happens when you talk to the dude and get the spirit orb? You just get teleported. He teleports you. And the game doesn't say you teleported. Does it, actually? That's a really interesting... This is the thing you don't think about, right? Like you make these logical decisions about how things should be, but you don't realize that games break that logic all the time. They just don't make a big deal out of it. Yeah. Okay. So this happens. Honestly, they could have just faded to black here. Link doesn't even turn it. Does he? They just fade to black. They just say, and then Link exited. Right? You don't have to walk back to the elevator. This is the problem that I've had as a game dev for a long time, is that I'm too rigid on my constraints. And I'm trying to make the game logic change to make the pacing better. But like Nintendo just goes, well, the pacing would be better if you didn't have to run back. So we just fade out and then you're done. You know what I mean? It's not even a question of like, how do we explain the logic of how you get back? It's like, no, you just, ta-da. Because why would you? Why would you have to run back? That's so important. Well, not just that. It's like you, from a game design perspective, this shrine is there to test you on one thing, right? Its job is one specific thing. You've done the thing, right? You did it. So why would we make any part of it gameplay? The next relevant gameplay moment is you being back on your way. So let's just fast track you to that point where now it's just put the controller back in your hands at the next most interesting game moment, but you should pick it back up again. Because like the implied experience is that Link walks down from the shrine, he walks back through the puzzle, he might not even be able to physically do that. Goes back up the elevator, and then but like none of that is fun because it's not designed to be fun. So the design of what's supposed to be fun is linear, right? This puzzle is linear. This space is linear. It's not designed to be walked back through. So let's just not make you walk back through it. That's right. So Matt Black Studio on YouTube says, the only reason you'd be asked to go back would be if the thing could be used and tested on the loop back. Correct. I agree with you on that. And I'm just about to talk about that now in Insignia. Swizz says, in that instance, the environment looked like a magical portal. Would you do that too? This is the way that you enter this space is via a magical portal or a magical elevator, which is what happens in Zelda. It's kind of one-to-one. You strike a magic anvil and then something pulls you down. the earth shifts and changes. And then magic happens. And then anything that happens after here, I could easily just fade to black and bring you back with the anvil back up to the top. To the pocket dimension, exactly. Man, the amount of times I say pocket dimension in the new Superman movie is crazy. I never heard that phrase before. That movie's got like 50 lines that say pocket dimension in it. In Zelda, it looks like a vertical tube portal. Vertical tube portal? No, in Zelda, it's like what I just described here. You go down an elevator, it fades to black, and then you come out at the bottom of a space. Fades in from black here. You don't see any of this. You don't know what happened. And then you go through a gauntlet, and then it fades to black again at the end. And then you fade back out here. All of this is just a thing that you do. You went down a thing, it faded to black, it faded back in from black, and then you did a bunch of stuff, and then it faded to black, and you came out here again. So what I should probably just rationalize before we get too far in here is one of the things that I don't like about chapter 1, about this process, is that this feels like it's being shoved down your throat as a player a little bit. The game does not indicate to you prior to this point that there are specific physical things that you cannot interact with that you could if you had some abilities. Now, Zelda doesn't really do that either, but I think Zelda has an easier job of selling them to you because Zelda says, here's a bomb. You get a bomb. And in fact, just outside of the place where you got the bomb, there's destructible blocks and stuff. Like, if you look over there, oh, look, if you've played Zelda before, you go, oh, I could use a bomb. That'd be great if I had a bomb because I could use it on that rock. And everything else around here is more interesting with bombs. So there's a bit of that transfer language effect happening, but also like getting a bomb is quite, like looking at it here, it's like, this is quite square peg, square hole. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you got a bomb and then you blow up the thing with the bomb and now you can go and use the bomb. So they have this thing where it's like need versus solution versus puzzle. Okay? Where you need some period of time before you have the solution to identify a need. That's necessary to create suspense. And then getting the solution is a point in time, and then you need a period of time where you're tested on the thing that you need so that you can appreciate what you've just unlocked. That's the puzzle. So this is like the dungeon framework. Oh my God, I can't write. Okay. So in this game, the need and the solution are placed really, really close together. It's literally one wall of blocks. I mean, you saw that, right? It's like you might not have noticed any destructive walls up until this point, but now you're in a room and the only way out of the room is to have bombs. And that's it. It's like 1 minute. It's like, oh no, I can't go forward. Oh look, a thing that gives me bombs. Great, now I can go forward. In previous Zeldas, I don't think it was like that. Let's go Twilight Princess. In Twilight Princess, I really feel like it's like 20 minutes before you get the boomerang. Or actually in the dungeon already? Yes, we are. So like, oh, this video is just the temple. Right. So like getting in here, the unlock is the Gale Boomerang, right? That's like the thing that you get in this temple. And it's the thing you use to beat the boss in this temple. Nothing here says you can use the Gale Boomerang because it's also kind of the tutorial dungeon. So, okay, we're learning things, we're getting things, we're solving puzzles with just generic puzzly things. And then this is the first place where you could use the boomerang. It's these, well, this monkey has the boomerang. He uses it to do other stuff. So you can't get through here very well. You don't really know what to do except just like keep going. And there's some environment mechanics with the monkeys. You can swing with them. Nothing here has to do with the boomerang. It's quite a long, protracted period of time. And this person's kind of speedrunning it a little bit. But we're talking like 10 plus minutes of knowing what you're doing and getting from A to B before you can get to the mini boss chamber. I'm pretty sure that you get the boomerang here. Is it literally this far in? 20 minutes plus? Oh no, that's that. Okay, you get the boomerang here. Halfway, literally halfway through the dungeon. This is the classic way of doing Zelda design. Where it's like, you've done so much stuff in this dungeon. Even if this was like the shrine from Breath of the Wild, where you're getting the tools, this would still be like halfway. But halfway through those, the ones in Breath of the Wild is like literally at the first 5%. So I think it's interesting, the relationship between problems and solutions and how much gameplay is between the identifying the problem and the solution. I think in Twilight Princess, we're just watching this monkey get spanked. I think the difference here is that you're sort of, I mean, I would say Twilight Princess is probably a more difficultly paced game. It's a much more of a slow burn. It does have a plot. The plot does give you a lot of direction, but it's very, you're sort of really sort of, it's like Lord of the Rings is Twilight Princess. It's very chapter by chapter, thing by thing. And a lot of the gameplay stuff here, pardon me, it is interesting stuff that you're interacting with that kind of, you know, these are mechanics with puzzles that don't rely on you having a special ability. These are just like, hey, can you interact with this level element? Can you interact with this level element? And the puzzles are very self-contained. Like this room and this puzzle, it's very clear that the things you need are here right now, where you are. So I think it gets away. I mean, it's quite a carefully designed game in that all of these modules have pretty much one job. They're pretty much doable where you are. There are some things like that, you come back to this later, but you can still get through it for now one way. The space transforms once you have the ability, but it's still got enough stuff in it that you can kind of engage with what's here now before you have the ability. It's also a 3D game, which makes navigating the space a little bit more organic, and the rooms can be quite unique and interesting. But you don't, there's a few things here that are really important. One is that you don't know that you're working towards the Gale Boomerang, really. When you do this, you don't think, oh, the boomerang's got to be right around the next corner. You don't really think that, and you don't really know what it's going to be used for either. It's more just, I'm in this space, I'm here to help the spirit, because the spirit said it needed my help, I think. And I know that there are a bunch of challenges in here that I need to get through. So I'm just making sure I can get out. I'm just making sure I can move forward through the space. I think that's really the core motivation for this space. There's your kill rooms, there's your puzzles, whatever, but you're not really thinking, I need that boomerang, because it's not central to what you're doing moment to moment. Now, Insignia is a little bit different. So far, we don't really introduce a figure. There's no character that drives you down to the shrine, to the dungeon. And the core abilities, I think what I would need to do the equivalent of this of the Breath of the Wild thing would be for me to have a if I'm going to give you the power up front, then I need for you to get out of the room that you're in with the power, like the way they did in Breath of the Wild. But there's also something else. I was doing it, the way I have it set up in the game was designed like this. There's your shrine. Okay. And the shrine, the crucible, and the crucible demands that you light it up. It has 3 lights that need to be turned on, or whatever, some amount of lights. And you have to go out into the environment and defeat enemies. And then bring their souls back. Or light some pedestals with them. These little lights here. And these will go and light up this. So it's like, defeat this, defeat this, defeat this. And then you get the ability that these enemies had. So it's almost like harvesting the juice and then using the juice to level up the sword. That's kind of the way that it was. And now you have to get out of here. Now that you've got the ability, use it to exit. I think that that's pretty... I think that's fine. But I think that right now I've got some challenges where I've made a few decisions here that aren't what I think I'm doing, and what I'm actually doing aren't the same thing. First of all, these spaces, if I'm going to do this where like you interact with the enemies before you get the power, if I'm going to do this, I really need to showcase what the enemies give you first, in a way that's really clear. Current version of the Chapter 1 dungeon doesn't do that at all. The beta dungeon does, but the alpha one doesn't. So that's no good. Second of all, I made this choice to make the crucible be the soul, the harvest point for 3 different abilities. So not just 3 enemies, but like the snake, the hedgehog, and also the dandelion. So because of that, the clarity around what I'm here for in this space is not as obvious. And I think coming back to what we were doing before, this idea of like spaces tailored to purposes, I'm really burying the lead here. I'm really hurting my own cause by having all three of these abilities just be like dumped in one big space that's nondescript. It's really, really not, it doesn't feel like where the energy should go production-wise. Feels like the energy should be in showcasing these things and really showing off why they're valuable. And I've just stashed them here because they need to be here in the plot. And I've crammed them into this one big room because that's just easier to do. To just like, oh yeah, you go through here and then you learn all the abilities and then you can exit or whatever. That's kind of the problem that I think I had. And I had a lot of story weaving through the space and that's all fine. But like, I think having the old man thing where you get the sword be really close to where you learn the abilities, that's great. But I don't think that learning these abilities this way I don't think that it's right. It doesn't seem right to me. Hey, Demon. Now, I like giving you 3 abilities at the start. I think it's really important to give you 3. Because I think the game... Oh, did you, Diamond? That's good. I think that the game's value comes from the mixing and matching of abilities. So I think having there be 3 is important. No, the abilities don't. But there's 16 of them. So like you're collecting them as you go through the game and you're mixing and matching them in more interesting ways. I haven't thought about upgrades. That's an interesting one, but that would make it very RPG. You know, by the time the game comes out, it's possible. It's possible I could give you a thing where it's like double jump plus. When you get this, now you get an extra 20% on height or extra whatever. Maybe. We don't need that right now. That's not in scope and it's not required as part of the game's feature set. The game doesn't need that. No. There's no, I know how these are, the function that these serve in the game is set. How you upgrade them and why you need 3 now is to do more with learning. It's to do with teaching the player. I'm not looking for reasons to increase the scope of the game right now. I'm just looking to teach you about these 3 abilities early in the game because you're going to get 16. And so having 3 to start gives you a bit of momentum. So we're not ideating right now. We're just doing tutorialization. Okay, so I think using my own new principles here about how we do level design, I think that these should be separate spaces. It should be you learn this, you learn this, you learn this, and I take the player somewhere new every time I teach them that. Well, they are in it. Hey, Matt Black Studio, they currently are that way. That's how this works. So you get the first ability, which is the dandelion ability. And then to get to the hedgehog, you need to use the dandelion ability, the wall climb. And then later you need to use the wall climb and the hedgehog's forward dash to get to the next, which is the snake. So this is the forward dash. You need that with the flame ability. That's the hedgehog ability. And then this is the dandelion ability. So you need to dash across a gap and then go up a wall to get to, and then up another wall to get this. And then this one is the snake, and that's the final one you need to get out. As much as I like this, I think instead it needs to be more like this. Instead of all in one room, A, B, C, and then D to get out. I think instead it should be more like this. think it should be A, B, C, D. Not all in one room, just 4 separate rooms. And you just stand here and get teleported to A, teleported to B, teleported to C. I think so. It's too critical that I teach you these things in a space that makes them puzzles and makes them work as puzzles and communicates to the player what it needs to. It's too important that that's done, that the information stack is right, then that the level is Euclidean. Euclidean space is the pixel perfect of Metroidvania world design. It's a heuristic to say, oh, it needs to be Euclidean, it needs to be perfect, all in one big space. That's just like a thing that you say because you don't know better. But even Nintendo, we've just learned, Nintendo don't give a hoot about Euclidean traversal. They don't care. They'll teleport you wherever they want for the purposes of what you need to do. So just like in pixel perfect art, it's like, I know that a lot of devs don't make their games pixel perfect because why? It's too complicated. It compromises things that we don't care about, right? Having a smooth camera is more important than being pixel perfect. Having a smooth onboarding experience is more important than the level being Euclidean. So, I'm still a little concerned that doing 3 different things is a bit dense. Like, it would be nice if you were learning these trials while coming back up. This is really I'm coming back to the pacing question now. So I think we're okay. What I'm considering is that previously you then needed to go up this was like the gauntlet at the end that used all the abilities, and you needed this to get up to the Athenium. In the new version, you get to the Athenium first, you get sent down here to do these things, and then you get given free reign to return to the Athenium at your leisure. I'm still planning on having you have to do this, but more like as a plot thing. And right at the end. So I still want to give you this sense, once you exit this, that you can now explore the world at your leisure. It would be really cool if the space changed in such a way that you had to use the abilities to get around. But, and maybe we will do that. I'm not sure. It's tough. I think we'll come back to that. But I need to take a break. I'll be back in a second. Hello. Did I miss a raid? Hey, Mike Roberts. Welcome. Hey, hey. Hey, thanks for the raid. Sorry, I missed it. All right, so we're doing some work here. Now, it's possible that we could do this in one big room. I mean, it's possible. We just split it a bit more confidently into 3 separate spaces. Or 2 spaces and just make the third one like this. You know what? I think it might be worth trying to do it in one. But I need to treat it like it's 3 separate ones. And I think that what needs to happen is this middle space needs to go down a lot further. Let me think about it. Let's have a think. Let's have a think. The question of like whether to couple something or decouple it is such an interesting question. It's so cool. It's fascinating. Like I could spend years. I mean, I have spent years just sort of grappling with this challenge. So what's happening here is that we've got like this space here, which is the story space. Pardon me. This is like before you have any abilities, you can run through here no problem, and it's sort of innocuous. You see the you see the anvil here, and you get brought down here. I think the way that I would expect that the player would have to learn this stuff is, or right now, the way it's set up is there's 1 ability, then there's 2 ability, and then the third one is getting out. That's like the third ability. Now, the formal structure of how this works in the game, like I was saying before, is that like the thing that the crucible sends you out to take out an enemy. You bring the enemy's sort of soul back to the thing, and then it lets you upgrade the sword at it using the soul. So it sort of makes everything a bit 2-part. But we can kind of so the way that if we were to split it up, what it would do is we would, instead of sending you away somewhere to do something, we would, how would we do it? I guess there could be like a trial to get to the enemy, like this, right? Exactly like this. So like you start here, no ability. You do a trial to get to an enemy, and then you go upgrade, and then it sends you to the next one. And when you start at B, all of the things that you learned getting this ability, or like the test, like B is really A's test, and C is really B's test. This one is like neutral abilities. That's your normal platforming and stuff. And then this tests snake. And then this tests hedgehog. That's kind of like what, that's kind of how I had thought about how I would do it. Because the alternative would be you get snake first, and then this just tests snake. This tests hedgehog, etc. Like, should the room be... Because it's a bit awkward to offset it by one visually. Like, the concept is a little, you know, bit awkward. Because you could theme the room to be like a hedgehog room or whatever. Or, you know, you could do stuff that makes it more cohesive if the thing that you're learning and the thing that you're passing through is the same thing. Nonetheless, I don't know what I would... I guess it just comes back down to the question of what would the process of learning the abilities to begin with? What is the condition for unlocking an ability? Do I just give them to you, or do you have to do something to prove that you can use them first and then you get to use them? Like, the gap between me introducing the need and introducing the puzzle. We could just scrap the need, Breath of the Wild style. Or we could do it more like Zelda, Twilight Princess. I think I still like the offset by one question, like version. I still think I like it. I think it works. The other thing is there is one other little caveat that I'm a bit concerned about. Is I have a rule in this game, a very specific system rule that says that when you leave a room, you lose your abilities. The game is kind of based on that principle. Okay. For the game to be based on that principle, what it means is that I can't give you an ability. I can't give you a snake and then have you leave the room and go to a new room and then use the snake's power to fire up this thing unless I have these pedestals. The pedestals are the thing that lets you do that. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just have it all be, you're lighting up the pedestals. Yeah. It's just a bit of an odd situation. It's a bit of an odd relationship between pedestals and crucibles. I think, honestly, if I could, I would remove the pedestals altogether from the game. And I would have 3 crucibles. I would just say, this is the first ability, this is the second ability, this is the third ability. I've done it that way before in the beta, sort of very, very early internal tests, like last year. It does make it very straightforward to go, I'm here, I have no abilities. I get here, and I get the thing, and I get the ability, and I move on. It's very like modular that way. So in the interest of just like modular game design, getting to the crucible is like a thing that's cool. The only issue is that I've already coupled the crucible and the entrance, in that I've got these situations where there's like an anvil and you follow the anvil is kind of like an elevator down. The anvil marks the presence of a crucible. So there's this thing where like I mean, I could make it that like the anvil goes down, drops you off at the bottom, and then it leaves you behind, and you have to get back with the crucible, or something like that. Like it just leaves you back there. Hey, womanizer. Yeah. I don't know. I think I was thinking that too, Matt Black. This is tough. It's like I've got all these elements, right? In sequence. It's like, go to the crucible, beat up 3 snakes, go back to the crucible, beat up 3 hedgehogs or whatever. Go back to the crucible, beat up 3. It's like that, right? Dandelions. And then all we're doing right now is we've got like a little partition, and we're saying, where does the partition go? Or where do the partitions go? Is this a room? Is this a room? Is this a room? Is this a room? It's like, where is the line? Where should the boxes be around the content? That's all this is. That's just, this whole question is just about where should the boxes be? Now, if we take a gameplay first approach, and we're strictly designing the levels around how the game works, you would have this be one room, this be one room, this be one room. For the story, this really wants to be one. It really wants to be one. And then this, and this are their own rooms. Which, with a pedestal each. Or multiple pedestals, depending on what I wanted to do. It's just, it'd be nice if it was one fluid thing where you're learning abilities as you go. It's just not going to be that. It's going to be a repetitive three thing. Unless, finally, here's the final one. Unless we literally do split it out into 3 separate dungeons. Each with their own thing. We literally just say, no. Yeah, it's for Insignia. We could just say this is 3 separate dungeons and Armin has to find each of them in chapter 1. They're just 3 separate little shrines and they're scattered throughout the level. I've tried not to do that, but I could do it. You could have 3 of them, like one down here, one here, one here, or something like that. Or I have 3 anvils. Why do you need to go back to the crucible? The crucible is where you unlock the ability. That's the moment where it gets permanently saved to the character. So I could make it that like each of these has an anvil. And this is now in full Breath of the Wild mode, where it's like you walk in, the anvil and the crucible are together, and there's like a room or whatever. There's a space in the game where there are 3 of these anvils, and the powers get sent into the 3 of them, and you just go selectively. You go 1, you do all of this, and in every single one is like this. It's kind of like, there's your anvil, here's your enemies. You start at the bottom. You go da 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 da. You get the ability. It could even just be, well, then it feels like 3. It's like 1 or 3 crucibles. Do I need to separate these in space? I think the challenge here is that there's a bit more friction. There's one more little piece of friction. So we've talked about story versus gameplay. Now it's abilities, like linear gameplay versus exploration. So do I want the player to feel like they're in a sequence? If I want to enforce this as a sequence, then I might as well just say, hey player, you're stuck here. Like, too bad, you're stuck. Do these things, 3 things, and then you can go. Or I say, hey player, go explore the world, and there happens to be 3 things you're going to do in there. It's now that distinction. For me, I think we need I don't want to spoil the story for you, so I can't talk too much about why I'm doing things this way, why there are 3 at the beginning. I think it's neater to have 3 together, because then it just gives the player space to go do what they want. I also think that there's like one more option, which is that each of these moments are actually little quests, and the enemies are out in the world. So like the anvil is here and the crucible is here or whatever, and the snakes are along the way. So you get kind of like teleported back. So like the level design that you've come through to begin with has the abilities in it, and you just didn't know how to get them. That's actually how I planned this in like November or like October last year. I was planning on having the player have to go through some world to solve the crucibles. They would have to like go out and then come back and then go out and then come back, then go out and then come back. I think we could still do that. But instead, I think actually it kind of works if these are 3 different... Gosh, this is so hard. It's so hard. If we use this model, okay, let's just say hypothetical, we use this model. These are 3 separate rooms. They're designed specifically for the crucible, but they happen to be like out in the world, such that you get teleported to them. It all still happens that way. But they happen to also be places that have exits, and those exits go to other rooms. Could do that too. Hey Warner, working on pacing and level design today. So I think that the answer is still 3 separate rooms that teleport you back. at the end of them. I think devising some or finally, the final alternative is I just give you all the abilities. I just give them to you. Say, there you go, you have them. And then teach them to you. Three abilities, 1, 2, 3, go. I think also maybe there's a moment here. This is a few things that we're trying to do at once. Again, very dense. But Armin, in this moment, gets introduced. The player gets introduced to the progression system of the game, right? These abilities are what you get throughout the whole game. This is the game saying, hey, this is Insignia. In Insignia, you do this. And, oh, that's not what I want. There we go. I want to be here. There we go. And then I can, yeah. So that moment that just happened then, I've just totally ruined it. That moment is, that's the game saying, hey, there are 16 abilities and you're about to learn 3. And I think that might be a little ambiguous. I think we need the voice to come in and explain things earlier. Because this, what happens here, right? The white ensign splits into 16. These are all the abilities. Most of them get lost and 3 remain. Then the thing starts explaining things to you. I think the thing could start explaining things to you before that happens. We could frame this a bit better so that the player goes, oh, in Insignia, I'm going to be tracking down these abilities. And it could say something like, right now, you only have the power to, you know, your powers are limited, or we can only channel 3 or something like that. Like, it could explain to him, like, the sword is in a weak state. And so we can only blah, blah, blah. Set up some constraint. And then you know, maybe we even set it up as more of like a quest or like a level where it's like, yeah, Dandelion Challenge 1 or something like that, like Zelda does. You know, we give it a really. It could even be something where it's like, I give you a menu and you select them from the menu, like challenge 1. You know, it's like actually something that you physically select. You click on it to go into it. So that the structure of there are 3 things, I need to unlock all 3, is like baked into the process of it. It's just a bit more formal. And the room you're in can be escaped at any time. You just have to do all 3 things in order to access how you escape the room. You just literally have to. It's an escape room. And I just force you to go down the little things each times. That actually kind of works. Okay. I think that's more modular. I think it's better. I think it's clearer. I think that's where we go now from here. Sadly. Now, whether or not there's an actual menu is one thing. But we could have multiple like little challenges in there. We could do like a... Could easily be a menu. And that menu could have a few things in it. That menu could be like... fast travel. It could be forge. It could be mastery. And it could be challenges. Challenges at the top. Fast travel at the bottom. I'm not sold on this. I'm just hypothesizing for a second. Maybe forge at the top. This is your bonfire, basically. Give you a little star. Donkey Kong Country does this. I mean, Donkey Kong Bonanza does this. There'll be rooms that have like bananas out the front on the floor. And you see the room and you go, oh yeah, I got to go in there to do the challenges. Yeah, we talked about that, Robin, a little bit earlier. We were talking about Zelda. In fact, we were talking about needs. That's the first thing we did. So it's actually quite diverse. Even between games in the same series, Zelda Breath of the Wild, the need is literally just you're in a room with a bomb. And oh, you were here. Right. Well then, you know we explored this. Cool. So, so my question is, maybe. I'm trying to like find the gap here between Metroidvania and like a platformer. I think that it's really important for me to reinforce the idea that enemies have the abilities. I think that's really critical. So I think the idea that you learn the abilities quickly is important, and that you learn them from enemies and then you get tested on them separately. And I think that the challenges are something that we can do sort of almost as like a reward. It's almost like, it's like a reward. It's like you start here, there's like a hedgehog in the room. You fight the hedgehog. The thing lights up. You go over here, you unlock the ability, and then it goes and sends you away into a room to teach you how to do it. And then you come back here, and then you can extend, you can go a little bit further, and this time you get a snake, and then this thing reacts, and then you go down, and then you do the snake puzzle. And then you come back here, and then there's like one more thing you need to do. Maybe it's like that, or maybe it's just... I'm just trying to think, how do I get you excited or anticipating having to interact with this thing 3 times? That's really it. I think the way it is right now is like passable. It's okay. Yeah. I know that I've done a lot in the game to build excitement. It's just that as things shift, those things disconnect. So like I actually have a moment here where there's a cutscene I created where Armin looks up at this crazy thing and this chasm, and it's all of you need abilities to do all of this. And he's like, how do I get up there? And then later you get the abilities and then you can get up there. So like that works here, but it doesn't work if this and this are not connected. Now it's just like, how do I get up here? What am I learning these for? Right? It's not like they're not connected the same way. For me, like this is the 3rd challenge. And previously you go down this elevator to get to here. So like it was connected, but it got stretched out in a way that made it not connected anymore over time. There was a lot of clarity to begin with. It's just that the scenarios warped it. You know, this could have been where the crucible was. Could have been right here, but it's not. Also, like we could have this elevator could have gone down and then led you directly to this. Instead, it sort of did something different where it led you to like a point above it, and then you'd have to traverse down. But that's because before we were trying to get to the Athenium, and so I needed to show you the exit to where the Athenium would go. Ah, that's a problem. I see. So I could literally just take this. Oh gosh. Could I put this here? Have the elevator be here? You go down the elevator, you end up here, which is exactly where this is. And then you need it to get all the way up. I see it. I see it working. I just don't know if I want it to be optional or not. And then the question is, once I get up here, where does it go? I guess I would just have it be like somewhere up here. I would just connect this to that. So then this room is like like that. Gosh, this game is it's so... I don't know how I would not have gone through this process. I don't know what the trick would have been to avoid going through this process right now. Anyway, all right. It is fun. It's just like awkward. It's like constantly massaging the clay until it looks like what I want it to look like. Because what I'm doing right now, this is why I was advocating for smaller levels, right? If this is a level right here, this elevator situation, then I can just put the elevator wherever I want. Right now, it's like, well, this elevator and this elevator could be one elevator, and this bridge and like this bridge could be one bridge. So like, if only I had made the bridge its own scene, I could just put the bridge where I want it to go. No problem. You know? Or I could put the elevator where I want it to go, and then that's just it. There's the elevator. You know, the same thing with this. This crucible could, if it was its own scene, it's like, this is the crucible, and I just move it where I want it to go. And I think we're at that point. Where I need to be the level editor, very flexible. My tile set editor and the way that I tile up levels to create the geometry is flexible, but there's a lot of concretions that happen that can't be shifted when you bind something inside of a level like this. Like the crucible and the associated tests for all the enemies. Those being in one scene means that if I shift this, it's like it affects the puzzles. So like, should this be in the same space as the puzzles? Purely from the purpose of like, just like, is it functional to do that? Same thing as like, yeah, like this passageway. Right now, the reason why all of this is one scene and not three different scenes where it's like the start, the middle, the end, is that I have a moment where like Armin will look up and the camera goes whoop and looks all the way up to the bridge, and he goes, wow, how am I going to get there? That freedom of camera movement is not something that I can do if I split up the levels. It's just not. I can cheese it a little bit where I sort of fade to black as the camera's panning up, load the other level, or like bake the other level in there and then fade in from black and go, oh, look, there it is up there. I do that with this watchtower scene. We look at a telescope, the telescope fades to black, and then it opens again on this. It's like, oh, that's far away. So like we get this idea that this and this can be seen from this, but it's not as nice as like having a visual continuity of watching the camera pan. But I think that the game needs to be broken up this way specifically for this problem we're having right now. There may also be an issue with the loading time. Like the more breaks I put in the gameplay, the more anxiety inducing it is to go between levels. Like for me right now, going like this, I guess it's not bad. 1, 2, it's like 1 second. But maybe it could be a little bit better. I don't know. It's pretty quick. I don't know. Maybe the fade out isn't the right way to do it. Maybe there's just a better way. We could do the Indie Tales spotlight. It's probably fine. I think I'm just putting too much weight in it. All right. Then it's decided then that we separate these scenes. Even this one. Even this. Like the transition here down. This could be one scene. And then this is a new scene. I could see it. I could see it. It's just, I'm starting to get like, it's starting to become really clear. Not just in terms of me working on it, but if I'm going to bring a team on, if I'm going to have my team come back on and add more team members, having the levels be split up makes it actually easier to pass levels between each other and have somebody working on this and someone working on that. Like the modularity is actually I'm starting to see it as being like actually hypercritical for the success of this project. And I'm not seeing any downsides other than the scene transitions being a little bit awkward. But for the purposes of the design purity, like keeping the level design fun, I think we gotta do it this way. Now, going back to Breath of the Wild and this splitting up of the level spaces like this, one thing that Breath of the Wild does is it gives you an ability at the start. It gives you the ability here. And then at the end, it sort of just gives you like another something, like a little trinket. So it'll give you like a spirit orb. Which you can turn into like HP or stamina. So I think if I was doing this without a little trinket at the end, it might feel just like, why did I have to do that gauntlet? I got the ability. Why did I just do all of that? Wait a second. In Breath of the Wild, when you get the ability, can you just leave? Wait, can you just leave now? What's stopping you from just getting it and walking away? Is the door locked? Does it tell you to turn back? What's stopping the player from just walking out? Yeah, but what has the paraglider got to do with anything? Why is the paraglider locked behind you finishing this little section? You've got the bomb. You just got it. So why do you need to finish this? You need the spirit orbs? But the game doesn't tell you that you need to do that, does it? Like that's not explicit. The old man doesn't say, you must gather 4 spirit orbs, does he? He says something like, go visit the shrines, or he doesn't say the 4 treasures. That's so strange because I would have, in my mind, the treasures are the abilities, right? The treasures are the powers. The treasures are the spirit orbs? That doesn't, or is it just deliberately ambiguous so that you don't have to really think about it? I mean, as a first-time player, you don't know that you could walk away from this. You just go, oh yeah, like, of course, I just have to do the level because the level's in front of me. But like, why do you have to do this? This is tricky. It's actually funny. I wouldn't have thought that it was this. I thought it was neater than this. The bomb rune is acquired after completing the bomb trial within this shrine. You offer him the orbs. It's just strange because the orbs are not, I just don't, it's not clear. I don't think any player would say, would understand that like the orbs are their primary goal when doing the start of the game. I certainly had no, I mean, I know I get the orbs, but like for me, it's, oh, you need to get all of the powers. Right? Like that's what it is. It's like, oh yeah, you got to get the bombs, you got to get the freezing the time, you got to get the magnets. That's what, like, that's why you can't leave the plateau. But actually, it's that you need the bombs to get the spirit orbs for the ghost, and then he takes them away. I mean, he gives them back to you. That's so weird. That's so weird. It makes this is, I feel so much more validated about my convoluted gameplay and like scenario design. Because that's convoluted. Like, why would, like, it doesn't really, it's, games are esoteric. They are. Games have so much weird logic in them that the player it's like they're never going to understand why it has to be a certain way. As long as they get through it, it's fine. I think that's the answer here. Like, it doesn't have to be something the player totally gets. As long as doing it is fun, they'll get through it. I think that's the answer. That sucks. Oh, I've been trying so hard for months. All right. So, okay. Well, in that case, I'll just give you the power. I'll just put some MacGuffin at the end. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. No, but that's the thing, Grandmaster, is that it's not freedom. Like, it's not freedom. You actually have to do things the way the game needs you to do them. It's just, if the game tries to explain why you need to do things in a specific way or what exactly it needs you to do, that's like, it's better to have you bumble your way through something without an explanation successfully than to stop you from having fun just to explain it. Whoa, what a UX, what a weird principle. Like, it's better to not explain, even if that's okay, fake coffee. If it's too complicated, just don't explain it. Just as long as they get through it, it doesn't matter. So just make it fun to do. Yeah, that's true. Like in Donkey Kong Bonanza, right? The 4 buttons are jump, punch, punch, punch. These 3 all punch, but they punch in the direction that, like, This is like forward, this is downwards, this is upwards. So you need to be able to punch in different directions so that you can dig through the dirt properly. But the game never says, like, player, allow us to explain the logic behind why there are 3 punch buttons. It sort of just goes, punch, you know? And then you sort of just figure it out. So I think it's like, we just have to make it fun to do, and then that's fine. You know, we could even do like, I was just thinking, if we're going to break all logic, we could even have 3 separate places. And then whenever you get to the crucible, the whole level geometry changes just by loading you into a copy-pasted version of the level. Like, I don't even bother trying to do shifting geometry. It's just like, you're just here every time. And the game just goes, pow! And it just flashes you and the level geometry changes. Like, I just fade to black or something. Or just literally teleport you to like a copy-pasted version of this with like, I just like have literally 3 of them in a scene like that. And I just flash. I just go, flash to white. And then when the light fades, you're just in this version. And the implication is that the world geometry shifted around you. I could even play a sound effect of like, while you're blinded, you know? Like, I don't even have to do anything. I could do whatever I want. Oh my God. I've been too honest. I've been too honest. It would be a lot cooler, but I could fake how cool, like the principle of it feeling like the world is shifting around you does not mean that I have to personally make the whole level shift around you. All right. I actually like this idea of almost having it be that Armin does this moment where he stands at the anvil, he swings the hammer, and on contact, there's a flash. Pow! And as soon as the hammer comes down, that's the teleport point. So you learn the ability, right? Screen flashes, ability unlocked. New ensign. You press OK, and then you're in the puzzle for that ability. You're in the test dungeon, and now you have to get back. It just happens instantly. There's like a big flash, and then you're just here. So the hammer, the anvil smashing is like the transition point. Oh man, that's just really cool, isn't it? I think we just found something like that. Armin slamming the anvil is like a teleport moment in the game. And we use it to fast travel in general. Like the anvils are teleporters. It's a port key. It's a Harry Potter port key. So you just when you see an anvil in the wall like this with some magic around it and you slam it, you just expect to be taken to a little pocket dimension where you're going to do a puzzle that involves using a new ability. And that's it. It's just as straightforward as that. And the anvils need the soul of an enemy to do that. You have to bring the soul to the anvil. The souls being the ensigns. To activate them. Well, that kind of brings us back to where we started. Okay. This is so funny. The relationship between all these things is starting to get so... It's starting to get so clear now, but I've been dancing around this for like a year and a half. All right. Like literally 2023 was when I started inventing this stuff. I was in Thailand designing some of this stuff. The concepts behind what ensigns are, how the anvils relate to the crucibles. I was in Thailand doing this in 2023, February 2023. All right. So let's write it down. Oh God. But this version's really nice and simple. So let's call it version 3. Hey, Squiggy. Good to see ya. We are streamlining something. We just realized that we can make our life a lot easier for all future dev to come if we implement a principle here that makes all the levels more modular, including the Crucible dungeons. Okay. I think we're finally out of the woods here. I think this is like this is how we get out of this design loop. Anvils are port keys to dungeon instances. Anvils require enemy souls to teleport the player to the dungeon. The Crucible is just the end point. Oh, okay. So the anvils are port keys to dungeon instances. The ability is on loan for now. So like you defeat an enemy. So you see an anvil somewhere. In that space, you attack an enemy, bring it to the anvil, hit the ensign on the anvil with the hammer to teleport to the dungeon. The dungeon is just a puzzle for that ability. You go through it, and then at the end, you get like lifted up. Now you can use it whenever. Okay, that's fine. And this is just a linear sequence. And instead of doing all the stuff with the what did I call them? Pedestals. I think we just eliminate pedestals from the game. I think they're just gone. And I also think that the elevator thing also goes away. I think it's just a blink when we slam the hammer down. Weird. That's going to speed this up considerably. No more like, it's just like, bang. It works better for the blacksmithing metaphor as well. To like flash and teleport. Do you know, I'm going to need some kind of like green threading system. Before this game is over, I'm going to need some system that's going to let me asynchronously load levels with a really... In fact, we need to explore async. I want to just see how a level loads. Well, it might take a while to do that. Okay, maybe not right now, but later. Like in the next coming months, we're going to need to see if we can load a new level and unload an existing level in a way that doesn't have a hitch in the middle. Because right now, that moment, it's very disruptive to the game experience. Unless I'm okay with like muting all the sound and having the screen be black for like a second, which is what happens right now. That's fine. You can't tell that the hitch is happening. But if I want there to be some sort of like animated transition as you go between the spaces or something like that, the transition cannot happen as like a loading screen. If there's like a big cut at one side of it and a cut at the other side as you unload one level and load the other one in, because the transition will go. I mean, it happens in games. Like Half-Life has them all the time. Half-Life will just, you'll just be running and it'll just go, and then you can just keep running again. I'm pretty sure that's what happens when you go into like a new scene. You'll just cross a threshold and the game will just pause for a bit. We're learning a lot. We're learning a lot. Well, that's like a nice to have future thing, I think. Okay, so this is cool. And it kind of means that I can put these anvils like in different parts of the world. Or what I can do is I could daisy chain the anvils. I can make it so that doing this simply leads to another anvil. So you're like forced into like a linear sequence where like at the top of this puzzle is another anvil and at the top of this puzzle is another anvil. And then you can get out. That feels a little dishonest. It feels like I'm pulling the player along a little bit. The alternative is I just make three story moments in the game where you need to do this in the first chapter. That's fine as well. If they're quick, I think it's okay, especially if I spread the story through it. Oh man, I could put one Oh, I could put one here. So you have to go home to get the third one. Armin's like, there's like one more that you got to get before going back to the Athenium. And Armin's like, where is there another anvil? Like, where could there be one more? The cup was a port key. It was a port key. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. Then there needs to be 3. I don't know what enemy I would put inside of this, though. I don't know how I would change that to make it work. It's very iconoclasts to have like a basement area inside of Dad's workshop. That's like that's been done so many times. But doesn't mean I won't do it. I'll do it. Okay. Behind the waterfall? I'm not sure yet. I was thinking maybe even in the Athenium. No YouTube stream? Yes, YouTube stream. It's just not on my main channel. Try that. I moved it. New streaming channel. That's all good. Go for it. Tell your friends. Make sure everyone hits the bell and subscribes. Thank you. I'm doing a terrible job of marketing what I'm doing. I know it's bad. I'm just struggling to have the energy for it all. All right. I've tweeted about it. I've posted it on YouTube. I've put on Discord. I don't know what else to do. All right. So I guess that solves it then. We just have to make these things way more accessible. Or the other aspect of this that we haven't done yet is the idea of, and I'm so close to, I'm almost committed to this idea that instead of our signposts, they're just anvils. Everything is anvils. All the fast travel anvils. No more signs. There's like an anvil network around the world. Some of the anvils take you to levels. Some of them just let you fast travel between other ones. Simplifies the game a lot, logically. Because it's already the case that every anvil that you go to currently has a signpost attached to it somewhere. Look, signpost, anvil. Signpost, anvil. Signpost, but no anvil. But there's no anvils that don't have signposts. So again, anvil, signpost. Anvil, signpost. Does make it easier if they're the same thing. So instead, now, this menu that we're talking about is just every... Fast travel is just there for every forge. That's just the normal forge option. Hey, Matt Black, I agree. It would be cool to have like overgrown ones that are sort of like covered in bushes and shrubs and whatever. And then you like do something and they... Now you can fast travel here. Yeah. Bonfire lit. Anvil accessed. Anvil struck. I mean, it's also, the other thing is like the bonfire, like the actual flames behind it. It's literally smithy lit. Forge lit. So maybe to light a forge, you have to interact with the anvil once. Oh, when you slam it down, it lights up. And if it's a crucible anvil, the first time you do that, you have to do a puzzle. It won't light up without an enemy soul. You can't interact with it until you bring a soul to it. Oh man, this is becoming so good. It's so straightforward. Dude, it's starting to make sense again. All of my crazy lore shit is actually becoming gameplay mechanics again. That's what should be happening. This is what I wrote would happen, But I sort of like had these wrinkles. It's like, oh yeah, there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this. And all I needed to do was like cut this out. So now it's just like, there's this. So the crucibles that... Now the question is, do we need the crucible like this, the big triangle behind each of these? Or is this more like in the spirit realm or whatever, in the pocket dimension, you see these things? Not sure. Nah, this is literally it. This is like the last chance that we get to change this stuff. Because like, as soon as we get to publisher, there's no more mucking around. It's just, it is what it is. And I think this was the part of the game that I really needed to sell. Like, this is the pitch, you know, like this kind of stuff. Like there's the way that you steal enemy abilities and the way that you unlock abilities, how the forging works into the marketing and the branding of the game. That is the stuff that needs to be in the pitch. that's currently not in the pitch. And there are aspects of the pitch that are weak because we don't talk, like these two pages here are so much stronger if the forging is about networking through the world. Because it makes this and this suddenly become integrated together. They become knitted a bit better in the pitch. It's not just, there's forging. It's that like, and it's not just light up the grid. It's like light up the world. Yeah. Oh, we had forging minigames. I took them out. I took them out. There used to be like 6 minigames. They're gone now. All right. So, okay. How do I do this? Water sources? Nah, it's too... It needs to be less dependent on things, not more. I think we're already there. I think we've already nailed it. The only issue is if I was to do that and I wanted this to be one of those, how would I... Just got to think for a second. Spoilers. I'm going to do all of this design in my head. We could do this as the intro to the fast travel system in the game. And we could do the Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal thing. So in Pokemon, there are these... In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, there are these 3 beasts. And the 3 beasts are at all times teleporting around the world. You meet them, you find them somewhere at a certain point in the game. You see all 3 of them. And then they disappear. No one's showing it. But then later in the game, you get a chance to track them down. And they're sort of like flashing around the world. I think it's not just that like they're random, it's that they're roaming. So it's like the world is like whatever. And at any one time, you're able to say, oh, I'm here right now. But the next thing I have to go to is here. So I could have the white ensign go to different anvils around the world. In the first chapter, 3 of them. So like it just, you go, when you strike the anvil at the crucible the first time, it goes somewhere else. And it shows you the map. It brings up the map when it shows you that. And then you can choose to warp to the workshop. You choose the workshop and then you teleport there and then you can bang the anvil there and do it again. Get the next ability. So now, instead of just being taken through 3 abilities, you're being teleported around the map to get the 3 abilities. You don't have to run, you just get teleported there. Or maybe you do have to run, I don't know. Maybe you don't get the fast travel until the end. Oh, this changes the game so much, logically. Because it would be cool to then, like, after you leave, hey, Arcanpixel, after you leave the Crucible for the first time, now you can use your ability on the way through. Like, whatever the ability you just got, let's say it's the Dandelion. Now you can really quickly get to here because the Dandelion ability gets you to a bunch of shortcuts. You've stumbled into a lot of design shenanigans. We're in the middle of talking about ability unlocks in games and partitioning gameplay for the purpose of making it more fluid to unlock abilities, or just design story around ability unlocks. And we've just integrated fast travel and forging. Okay. Well. I'm pretty sold on it. Maybe you only get fast travel once you've done the extra bit. Once you've finished the Crucible. Which means I take fast travel away from you. Right now, I think I would you know what? I think I would just give you fast travel from here and just let you teleport to where you need to go. Mid to late game. Yeah, I just think, I don't know. Insignia has it's quite a lot of traversal. Do you have a reason to teleport to an area if you've already, well, you haven't done all the content. Just like a normal Metroidvania, Insignia's got a bunch of stuff that you'll need to be able to do that you can't do unless you've got abilities, and you don't get those abilities until after you've passed through the area for the first time. So it's more about going back to the areas once you've got the abilities. That's the idea. Or just back through an area because the quest takes you there, or maybe, Robin, yeah. Maybe. Like, it's not a fast travel point unless you've unlocked something. But there's also, like, maybe because the question is, right now, there's nothing stopping me from putting a fast travel location anywhere. There are signposts right now. I just put one down and be like, oh, you can fast travel there. You want to go back to the town? There you go. Whereas what we're doing now is binding the idea of, like, an ability unlock with a fast travel location. So it would mean that the fast travel location to Orenstead would have to be Magnus's workshop, which is not that big of a deal. It's only one, it's like two, it's not that far to get from A to B. If we're here, to get to Orenstead is like 1, 2, and now we're there. I think I need to get more confident with my game. I think I need to be okay with just doing that. These design constraints, I don't need another teleport location here to get to there. That's too short. Let's be confident here. I'm good to get that BDE. You don't need to fast travel between those two scenes. So then the fast travel points, if there's 16 in the game, if there's 16 abilities, 16 fast travel points, that's plenty for the whole map. That's heaps. In which case, then it ends up being that we get one. Yeah, the last one's at the Athenaeum. So it's like one here, one in the middle, one at the end. I think that wins. Damn, the design space is really collapsing quickly now. It's like, it's very like Tetris right now. Okay. So then we need to start chunking it out. There's one more thing that I don't think we do a good job of. As I go to compartmentalizing all these level chunks into their own scenes, there's one thing I'm a little concerned about, and that is north scene exits. Like if I have this level like this, and I want to let you exit the level this way, what does a northward door look like in Insignia? In Hollow Knight, you sort of just like jump up a hole. In Insignia, I don't know that that is going to work. I could just give you a pulley system that you stab downwards at and it goes... Could be a ladder. Yeah, ladders are pretty straightforward, aren't they? The pulleys are pretty good. I think I'll just use pulleys. So basically, this could be a level transition. You just go up a pulley and the pulley just... You just exit the scene that way. Ow. Oh, this game's going to be so good when it's finally working. When everything makes sense properly, I think it's going to be good. It's already, there's so much to like about it. And it's just this pacing issue is like, it's just the one thing that's been holding me back, I think. Because as a platform for storytelling, it's been really difficult. But I think if we follow some of these principles, get rid of all the things that make it hard to do story, then I can see it and then make the level designs a bit more unique and interesting, less detail, but more individual elements, more diversity. I think we have something pretty compelling. So what that looks like for this is basically me cloning this scene. Let's do it. I'm just going to get to it, okay? Focus mode on. All right. Thanks, chat. It's been great. I'm actually literally going to close chat right now. I can't see you on YouTube and I can't see you on Twitch. I literally closed the chat. So I'm going to spend the next like hour doing this and I'm going to blitz through it. crazy because I actually used to do this. This clearing scene here was literally this exact moment where you meet the old man, and it was one scene and that was it. Now I'm doing that exact thing again. Why don't I just use it? Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to use it. Let's not. Let's just clone this excavation. Okay. So now I can do literally whatever I want with it. I don't even need the elevator anymore. Yeah, this makes my life so much easier. I don't know why I put up with stuff like this. Like, why did I accept how difficult this was going to be? Why didn't I just be lazy and make it easier for myself? There might be reasons why I did it this way, and I've forgotten them. And I hope that's not the case. Like, there's some design purpose why it's like this, and I have to be really careful because I've sort of completely forgotten. That would be sad. Don't even know if we need the crucible anymore. We were a bit overzealous here because we needed the elevator. Damn it. It's okay. We should be able to grab it from here. I'll just grab all of this. Just this one. Oh, cool. That just went. So I don't need this or this or this. Except I do. Oh no, I don't need any of that. I just need the sprite. And I need the conditional operator. And that can just go. Yeah, man, this is so... Oh, gosh. It's like I'm pulling out so much stuff that could just have been not there in the beginning, like to begin with. The idea of these like elevators and blah, blah, blah. It's like, why, Adam? Why is that necessary? Why not just have it be teleport? I think I needed this in the sense that, like, I'm finally at an age where I don't have time to screw around. I think that's literally all this is. It's just like, I am tired of playing with ideas and I just want to tell my story. You know, I just want to get on with it. This should actually work. It totally does work. Because my tools are good now and they allow me to do that. That's another thing. It's just like getting better at like understanding how to build things so that like you can just plug stuff into other things and it just works all the time. Like, okay, that S should not be there. It should be there. Maybe a little lower. Except now there's no teleport. Cool. Okay. Well, at least we got this far, and that's all I really cared about. For now, we can save this. Let's go to the... I also think the level scrolling bounds, this thing needs to change. It's managing these edges is like... I get it that for now it's sort of like just the way it is. We just need them, but it just feels like there must be a faster way. It could just be like make your levels simpler and you'll never have to. What is that? That's better. It's kind of weird not being able to see what you're saying. I'm very used to seeing it all the time. We could put the crucible here. So the issue here is getting the first enemy, interacting with this via the first enemy. That's an issue. That's a law question. It's not a big deal. I'll get to it. Okay. I even have this trials 2, trials 3, trials 4. What are they? Hello? Whoa, what is this? Oh, this is what Luca made. Hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these were hard to turn into challenges because there was just no reason to do them at the time. They were just things on the way. It's so, man, motivation is just such an obvious thing that you need to have, and I just didn't have it. All right. Doesn't matter how I do that, as long as I do this. It's not even really, it's literally just this. But I think we could have done better. Okay. Yeah. It's about making this the focus, I think. It's crazy, man. Just the way that level design shifts and changes. I'm trying to like digest this stuff as like what are the lessons that I'm not, what's the thing that I haven't learned yet that makes this work this way? Like what is the, when is something boring? When is it fun? It's a lot like music, actually. It kind of has this feeling of being a situation where, you know, like chords don't mean anything on their own. Just having a chord is not a song. A song is about how you use the chords, how you move between them. And it's not about like dark and like dark or light. It's like dark and light. So with like pacing, it's like, it's not about just having fun stuff happening. It's like about the interplay between fun stuff and where you guide the player's focus and how that feels. But the how to make something feel good, to me, it's like, how do you know the difference between text that you should spam through versus text that you should really read? You know, I guess it's all just signaling. It's just communication. Like in the context of this being one of 3 puzzles that you get back to back to back, I wanted this to be smaller. Now, in the context of it being the only puzzle here until you go somewhere else, now it's like, well, I need it to be bigger. It's like the same content, but now it feels like it needs to be bigger because I'm making you work for the other ones. It's just weird. It's so unintuitive how it all works, how it all ties together. I could have sworn I was right-clicking this and then going select scene asset. That's what I was looking for. Oh boy. A lot of breaking stuff. But that's okay. We do it because it's the right thing to do. And like, how much easier is this to manage? To have them be separate like this. Yo, I'm watching Berserk at the moment. I'm really enjoying it. I'm actually kind of upset that it's so short. I didn't realize that there was only like 25 episodes in the whole thing. Also, I can't see chat, so this is just me talking to me at the moment. Sorry. Whoops. Not my fault. Deal with it. I'm tired of not being productive on stream. It's just important that I get all this done. All right. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by chat again. I opened it. I opened it just for a second and now I need to close it again. You're already grabbing my attention too much. We could make this a lot simpler by just doing this. Okay. I got to start blocking out how these changes are going to affect the whole. It's a big shift. It's a really big shift. At this point, we've moved quite far away from where we started. These ideas, they're great ideas, but they've changed a lot. I have to write them down. I have to write down what's happening. What needs to be done. Okay, so changes. It's better that I have flow than that I have minimal work. As long as I know what I'm doing, I can do it. So changes. Each crucible, each ability unlock is in its own scene, tied to anvils around the game. Splitting only teleporters are now locked to anvils are also teleport. The only way to teleport unlocked by offering enemy spirits. Okay. Oh, that's cool. You need to like fight like you could lose. There could be a challenge that you just can't solve because you don't have the things you need. And you have to like exit shamefully, return back. This one can't be at Harriet's. Hang on a second. Wall climb and dash are fine to be here and there, but the bounce ability has to be somewhere before here. It can't be all the way up because I need to use it here, which means you have to get it sort of in this scene, in a missing scene that's here. Just like okay. Okay, each ability scene game. Oh, okay. White ensign. Oh, genius. It just makes so much sense this way. It makes so much sense. Not that I'm a genius, but that it is genius. I feel stupid for taking this long to figure it out. It's just so much more straightforward to like have a thing on the map that says go to me, and then you go, oh, I got to go over there now. Rather than just being like just going forward blindly and hoping that something interesting happens. Stupid. Yeah, I think also what's cool about this optional story stuff. It's great. Also, time of day can change with these. splitting them out into tasks now. I got a message that I need to respond to. Let me take a look. Sorry, got some feedback. One sec. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. And when I come back, I guess, we go back to prototyping this again. So I think the teleport system is probably the most important thing. Just to feel that out. I'm not sure. Anyway, can't see what you're saying, so it doesn't matter. Let me bring chat back just for now. All right. Cool. I'll see you all in a little bit, 5 or 10 minutes. Yo, yo, yo. We back. So, where are we at right now? What are we doing? Let's just do a really quick walkthrough from the map of what chapter 1 would look like with these proposed changes so that I can just see if it would be fun. So, chapter 1 starts. Armin, it's in his bedroom, first day. It's the day before his apprenticeship. Heads out, learns about blacksmithing, fixes the pauldron. Walter's gone. Okay. Go into town, we do the stuff with the dog and the running around. We get sent down into here. Run through all this, go through here, find ourselves here, meet an old man, Armin runs away. We find ourselves back here, teleported, back here. It's the end of the day. End of day scene with Maggie. That's pretty tight. Second day starts. We make our way through, and we very quickly go through we pass by the guards. They teach us how to do combat. We go up to the watchtower, teaches directional attacks and parries, straight to the Athenaeum. Harriet sends us back. Honestly, looking at this, we could genuinely cut out day 1 for some of this stuff. Unfortunately. But I'm not going to do that. So it is what it is. That's going to mean we have to go through here a second. Okay, let's keep going. So Harriet teaches us about the ensign stuff. She sends us down into here. We get the power of Insignia. We get the dandelion ability. We get fast travel. Fast travel allows us to go all the way back to here. We get the second ability. I think we should have the power to fast travel between crucibles. It feels like we're going to need it even before you've unlocked the power. I think at this point it's going to feel really slow if we don't. I mean, you can always just fast travel to here after and then go straight up there. Yeah, okay, maybe that's fine. Well, we'll see. So we've done a big loop-de-loop. We've gone loop, loop, and then the third ability will be here, I guess, or somewhere around here. Or hypothetically, I could put it accessible from both directions, but that's okay. The only thing is, I feel like we should be able to teleport back to Harriet at any time. I feel like that's really important. I don't know. That was the whole reason why the current version before this proposed change was valuable, was that we could fast travel back to the Athenaeum when we're done. I think I still want that. So maybe the third crucible is inside of... No. Hey, okay, next. Clinkers, yeah. No, I actually need an in-game world reason why we can't teleport back to Orinstead after. Although we could make it so that you could teleport back to Orinstead. I suppose I don't have to lock you off. Okay. Clinkers. Hey, it was pink. Good job. So you have a loaf of bread mascot. That's crazy because there's a whole loaf of bread character right now. Do you want me to double down on that? Is there a specific aspect of this that you want? Okay, good. Extra bread. All right. Is there a reason that you wouldn't want them to teleport back? Yeah, I mean, in the plot, the idea is Armin can't go back. Swizz wants a game review. That's crazy. What are we doing? You got a game for me? Show us what you've got. You fat fingered it? Okay. Well, they're the same, so it's all good. What color? Green. The game is Clinkers. My review, tasty. My review, choking me. Very emotional. All right. So, I think there are aspects of this that we can't actually take away. Like being able to leave, like having the third anvil be in the crucible. This is like one of those moments where having access to the fast travel and then having it taken away is probably what this needs to feel like. Like, it's a little bit, you know, that like prologue, you have all the powers, and then after the prologue, they all get taken away. So maybe I give you a lot of fast travel potential here, and then after chapter 1, it just gets all taken from you. Maybe Harriet takes it away. So it could be that from here, the next wisp happens to just be here. I need like a reason for there to be an anvil inside of the Athenium. Maybe I'll just put one like right here. I'll just put one there. Like, so what? I mean, there is one. Well, there was one here. Maybe what I'll do is have this scene sit technically. There'll be a scene here that goes up to this scene. So you can kind of get back here later. Maybe you have to leave south and then go that way, or... Or maybe she lives down some stairs. Maybe this is actually... Oh yeah. Underneath. That could work. Okay. I just think it's important for players to be able to exit. It's going to be it's going to be... Yeah. I'm just thinking about all the implications. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. It just means that like you end up being able to cut out all of this part of the game, which doesn't seem great. So either I put the anvil here, or I put it like literally right here. Or like here, halfway up the watchtower, just after the watchtower, but before this. Oh, it could be somewhere that you couldn't access before because it was too high. If it's here, if it's somewhere like right in the middle, then it needs to be really quick. Oh, and then that's there. Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe you pass by it after the watchtower, before you exit this scene. You pass by the anvil. Could be this one here. But if there's an anvil here and it's not one you can teleport to, what's the purpose? Maybe it is here. Maybe this is just where you teleport to. In that case, like from here, oh yeah, you can use the abilities to get up and forward. It's just a little awkward that this passageway. And then I guess I would just remove all of this and move some of these characters back or thread them through a little better. Man, I think that the cello stuff, we really have to push back into chapter 2. I think it's just too much. The cello stuff, all this stuff, maybe we introduce the character, but like it's just too many mechanics. Pillow we can introduce earlier. He could be like between these two spots. Or right here, right after this. I mean, it's fine where he is right now. Yeah. Yeah, possible. In fact, I can have Leopold show up here after Armin finishes this bit here. I can have him walk up and start talking. And I can have some tuning forks and stuff here, but they're puzzles that you can't unlock until later. Okay. So this scene kind of just gets chopped in that all of this kind of goes away. Quite a knock-on effect. I think later in the game, like late in the game, I'm going to have an ability that lets you teleport to any crucible, not just from any crucible. Yeah. So between crucibles at the start, and then to any crucible, and then between crucibles later. Okay. All right. I think this is going to work. So let's run it again. Start here, learn blacksmithing, go through here, do that. Fall down here. Meet the old man. We could even remove this scene. Or shrink it into a more thinner. It just needs to be thematic. It just needs to have some purpose. But yeah, this scene and this scene are kind of shrink them. And if this is out here and this is out here too, then this and this goes in quite a bit. Yeah. Okay, Adam. Can you do better? Can you do even better? I mean, learning all three abilities here definitely makes it easier, but it doesn't give you an excuse to crisscross, which is what I really liked about going back to Magnus's workshop and passing back through Orenstead one more time. Having like one more story beat take place around here. There's stuff there that's actually pretty good. People were asking for a bit more Armin character development stuff. It just means I really have to shrink this. This scene needs to go right down. Okay. So then let's go to Fork. Let's go to Insignia. Where is it? 447. All right, come on, let's do it. Honestly, like, I really think this scene should be like just this. But we need to save it again. So Pillow's landing site ends up being this. And then this scene ends up being just that. That's friggin' crazy. But it makes plenty of sense why these would all need to be smaller. It's sound. It's just, I'm not used to doing this. Look at this. What is... Oh, there we go. Hey, Sherman. I'm too busy for that these days. I'm way too busy at the moment. I've never really done GMTK before anyway. I love game jams. It's one of my favorite things to do. But at the moment, I just don't have the time or the energy. Super busy at the moment. I've also said this in the past. I do feel a little bit awkward sometimes about like entering YouTuber game jams when like I'm a YouTuber who sometimes hosts game jams. It's just a bit weird. No? I think it is. Probably not. It's probably not as weird as I think it is, but it does feel it. I don't like that I can see this. Oh, loops is a great theme, in my opinion. No, you don't think so? Other than the fact that like every game is about loops. But I like the idea of something changing as it loops. That's cool. That's fair. It's crazy that the scenes still they just work normally. I just deleted a bunch of stuff and everything's just fine. That's the way it needs to be. It needs to be that easy. And I need to get into the headspace where I feel like it's that easy, because I need to be able to make these kinds of edits in a very straightforward, no fuss manner. Big edits to the game. It's too important that things flow, and it's too hard to validate the flow without having it be this easy to fix. It needs to be just so easy. $35,000 people? Wow, that's actually crazy. That's huge. How long's the jam? Should I participate in it? That's a lot of people. No, I am too busy though. I wish I could. Three days. Yeah, see, that's probably a little too long. Although my wife's away this weekend. Not away, she's busy on Friday. I just don't want to put extra pressure. It's okay. I don't need to do that. No, it wouldn't be fun. I'm sort of like, literally, I've been flirting with burnout for the last few days, so it's not smart to do it. I've been really close to fully burning out. I don't need this. Yeah, it's not important. It doesn't give me anything. I'm not going to have fun. Like, I'm going to be stressed out doing it. So I need to be focused on my objectives here. I mean, I don't mind playing Night Rain, but I shouldn't play it today. The frame rate was not good last time. I gotta dip the settings a little bit. Okay, so what I don't have is a scene when Malishka's away. Malishka's away tomorrow night, so we could play it tomorrow night. That's a lot of verticality. Currently doing Pirate Software's jam. That's cool. Wait, Pirate Software and GMTK have their jams on the same day? That's crazy. All right. I think, gosh, we've chopped up so much stuff here. Hopefully it's not too bad. What I don't have is pillow. But you know what? Chopping it up will make it easier to do this for. So that's the whole point. But I just made a big mistake because I just deleted some. I just deleted all the stuff I needed for this. Damn it. I need to, in fork, can I take the Orinstead Bridge and I don't want to discard changes. I want to copy the diffed version. Is that possible? If I go timeline, can I recover? Oh, there's save as. Oh, sick. That's exactly what I want. Nice. I do. I make all my art in Sprite. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Wait a second. This scene is super different. Oh, this is from ages ago. Jesus. Okay, not this then. What was this scene called? Orinstead Overlook? No, Orinstead Bridge. But the scene was called something different, I think. No, it's called Orinstead Bridge. But how did I just pull that diff from downtown? That was that was ages ago. That's better. That's what I wanted. Something like that. I'm assuming. Not quite. I guess even higher? What? Like that, I guess? The Pirate Jam's about to end. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Okay, so... I'm just gonna straight up grab these two things. Grab all of this, minus this. You and you can go all the way over here. Everything else just goes. See ya. You go. You go. How can she slap? You can go. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I think this can just be, I could put this anywhere really. I might even put it like here. Right there. Not sure. And I might see if I can shorten this scene. I just feel like it's getting a bit too, like it's, I mean, it was already long, but maybe this cutscene should be in its own scene as well. It's hard to know, like, whether to split things or cram them, because it would be easy to just take this and go, whoop, chop it up. Maybe I just do it. I mean, just snip, 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 hack at everything. Because I'm worried, I'm like, oh, how far is the nearest anvil to this? Because this is a quest that appears here. I think if I give it its own scene, or just put it in a different scene, I mean, why not? I also think we could just like end, like we could just like, I'm happy to split these up, but like, why are they there right now? Like, what is the function that everything serves? God, it's so liberating to be able to just swap it. To just be like, well, I don't want this to happen here. I'll put it here instead. It will make the game more difficult to appreciate. But with the map, I think that's going to help a lot. Yeah. I'm also just a bit concerned about the cost of transitioning between scenes, but again, I think that's just a price we pay, and we just have to get really good at designing the levels in such a way that that doesn't hurt us. Yeah. Unused level designs. Okay. Because this technically is from there, and that goes all the way down here. If I put this, I mean, I could put this right here, and then this could be there. With the fast travel, I'm not as concerned about the width. It's just things happening in an order. So why not just do it? better if he's here anyway. Gosh damn. Oh, hedgehog to dash across the gap. Oh, cool ideas. You don't need to be here. Unc, I actually am an uncle. A while. How long have you been an unc? A while. It took me, look, I mean, to get this good, the whole time. It took me all of the time. I've been doing this since 2014. So do with that what you will. over 10 years, but I've been doing like my whole life. I've been doing stuff like this my whole life. Yeah, dude. Pretty crazy. Any advice on getting into coding? Yeah, sure. I think just accept. You have to accept that it's going to take a long time, and it's something that it'll take longer than you want it to, ultimately. But as long as you're enjoying learning how to do it, then you're in a good spot. So try to find little projects, little things that you can do to get kind of more excited about. Like progress is really important. The feeling of progress is super important. And that feeling is totally dependent on the goals you set, the size of those goals. So if you're setting goals that are too high, then it's going to take you a long time to feel any kind of progress. So I would pick like the smallest, if you want to make games, for example, I would pick like the smallest possible game you could think of making. And then the first mechanic of that tiny game. And then, start on that. Any book recommendations for DE? For dev or DE as in like Deutsch? I don't have any I don't have any German book recommendations, unfortunately. Deutsch. For Dev. Unfortunately, I didn't really start, like, how do I put this? Because I didn't go to a computer science degree, I never had to read any books. I learned everything at university through like courses, and the courses were just all online in terms of the materials, like programming 101, databases, algorithms, like all that stuff. We didn't get given any books. There was no reading material. It was all just like exercises and lectures and stuff. And I haven't read any books. I just don't, that's just not, I think there was like a reading list, but like, it's such a practical thing, coding. And personally, if I'm being honest, I'm someone who doesn't do well with learning abstract logic through words. I find that it's extremely hard to understand. Even diagrams, like if someone's trying to explain something to me that I have no concept of, I can't read about it to know about it. Some people can do that. I'm not good at it. I'm stupid that way. My brain only knows how to do things through analogies and applying those analogies to me making something. Like I have to be the one typing the text or watching the text do the output and then binding that to something, some experience. If I don't have any experience to relate it back to, I'm just lost. So for me, it was like doing little code examples. Like I think someone could learn code. I mean, I learned code this way, strictly through small code samples in an editor that you just press play and you watch something happen. And you go, oh, okay, that's what a for loop does. Just visual relationships between things. That's how I learned. Now, as far as like more concrete, like more like deeper principles, things like code patterns, you know, we're talking about like paradigms and different data structures and why you should care about certain principles, all that stuff. I can't say whether or not reading a book would be helpful for that. It probably would be. I just never did it. I mean, I was introduced to a lot of that stuff in different, just sort of like by association in different capacities over the course of my, you know, career or whatever, over the course of my life, really. You know, high school, university, all that stuff. I am having fun, yes, because I'm actually able to do some of this stuff. I think I'm actually able to solve some of this. And I'm actually noticing like a lot less, like right now I'm about to remove a bunch of logic that was previously governing how this stuff worked. Yeah, very different. Chunking it out like this, it's just like there's a lot less to worry about. It's just like a lot less stuff. A lot less complicated logic, and I was concerned about that. It was really just that, here's the problem with me, okay, as a game dev. I'm the kind of person who, when I'm met with a wall, I break the wall down with my brain, with my face. I ram my head into the wall until the wall goes down. And because I can do that, I don't really think about being smarter. I don't think, oh, I'm too dumb for this. This is too complicated. How do I make my life easier? I just go, I just need to get better. I just need to work harder. It's not, but sometimes it's like you don't need a stronger head. You just need a hammer. You know? Like that's just not always the tool. Being intelligent, like what's the word? Diligent? Working hard? Hard work isn't the answer to every problem. It's just not. So like, instead of working really hard to be able to being able to interpret all of the different complexities of all of the different levels and how the levels correspond to each other and how, like, instead of doing all that, how about I just make my life easier and make the levels not as dependent on each other? It's like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Like I thought that the game would be good when I solved all my problems, you know, but that's not how anything works. It's almost like, because, you know, you go through high school and you, or just in general, if you like puzzles, sometimes this stuff can be really gratifying as a series of puzzles. Like the level design as a puzzle is fun. I like puzzles, but like, do I really want the level design to be a puzzle for me? That's the hard part. And you go through school or you do Sudoku or whatever, and the harder the puzzles, or play video games, the harder the puzzles, the more you think, the reward must be really good because I'm working really hard for this. And then you get to the end and you're like, wait a second, what was the reward? Why did I think that I would enjoy this? I just made it really hard for me to do anything. I didn't actually have fun doing it. I just expected it to be fun because it was hard. Or I expected my results to be good. You know, that's silly. But that's the fallacy that you kind of fall into. Or the inverse fallacy, which is that if I make it dumber, the game won't be as fun. If I make this more straightforward, the game won't be as fun. That's also a problem. Okay. And the other thing is that, like, I also have an incredible amount of patience for this stuff. Like, I am so patient. It's a real fault. I've spent years doing this and I still enjoy it. Like, from an academic perspective, just like personally, I'm so patient. but it's not good because what I should be is focused on outcomes. I should be impatient that way. I should be like, how do I make this faster? How do I make it easier? You know, that's the right mentality. If you're trying to run a business. I know a guy who's like a pretty good business owner who makes games. He outsources everything. He reuses assets like there's no tomorrow. He's just brutally pragmatic about how he goes about building his games. He'll make like 4 variations of like the same game. He'll make a game that's like a deck builder, roguelike deck builder, and then like 3 months later, he's released another roguelike deck builder that's like similar, based on like all the same principles, but like he changed something about it because the previous one it just didn't have the whatever it needed. He'll do like 4 of them a year. And like, sure, they're not, you know, as a collection, I don't know if they're like his magnum opus or anything, but like he's making money because the formula works. As long as the formula works, like who cares? Okay. Like, I'm precious about what I make. I want my one game to be perfect. But like, if you make 5 games and the last one is good, in the time it takes me to make one game, and I don't know if the game's going to be good or not, that's not great. That's not a great track record. You know, it's like, well, I'm learning to solve problems that he probably isn't by me doing it this way. But those problems are only valuable, I think, like if I become a narrative game director, you know. Exactly. It's just that I think, you know, sometimes you fall into these patterns of like, when you dress for the job you want, if you make your whole wardrobe just that job, eventually you start getting a bit min-maxed and pigeonholed into doing that one job. You know, like if you're like, a better way to put it would just be like, if you spec into something, it's hard to pivot. So for people who want to get into game dev, I struggle with this constantly, this hypothetical conversation where someone asks me, what kinds of games should I make if I want to be a game developer? What I've been saying is like, make small games. And I think that making small games is probably it's probably better advice than make big games. But people who make small games, I don't know that they're getting the skills when they're making their small games. I don't think that you necessarily get the skills to make a big one. I don't know that. It's possible that you are and it's no big deal and whatever. But it's also possible that like there are certain skills that you only get if you make big games. And I like big games. So like what is the right way of getting good at making big games? What's like an efficient way of learning how to be a big time game director? I think the answer is like get exposure to being in big games. Like my brother, Pat, he's had an absolutely stellar career in film so far. It's actually incredible to me how quickly his career has shaped up in film. He has multiple director credits on some of the biggest franchises in the world. He's working on a dream film project right now. Talking about Hollywood, not just like indie films. And he did it in like 3 jobs. Like just like 3 years, 4 years worth of jobs. Now, obviously, he's very good at what he does, and no discredit to him at all. Like, I think what he's doing is amazing. But I think about like, okay, what's the video game version of that? Because what he has is very early on his first job in film, he was put in a position where he had constant exposure to the director and the director of photography and the producers. He was in the room with them as a low level whatever, but like his job involved him being exposed to the kinds of decisions that people make and experienced people's decisions, like how they grapple with certain problems. So now he doesn't have to worry about like feeling out the space of what being a director is, because he's seen what the path looks like very clearly. It's very obvious that like, oh, okay, we do this way in film. This is the way that we avoid these kinds of problems. This is how we do this pipeline. This is where the money gets spent, and this is where we don't spend the money, and this is how much energy we put into reshoots, and this is how much waste is acceptable, and this is the kind of turnaround time for a production. He did work on the Minecraft movie. Yeah. And he worked on Thor Ragnarok. And he's working on a really a bigger game right now. Anyway, a bigger game film. So the thing about that is that's right. It's the benefit of mentoring. That's really what I'm talking about. Like being in the room with people who really know what the hell they're talking about gives you a really good sense of how to do that job. Whereas like if I was to say to somebody, if someone was to say to me now, Adam, how would I learn what you do in 3 years? I would say you have to be on a team where you're exposed to somebody who does what I do. You have to work with me. And I'm not sure I'm good at what I do. That's the crazy thing. I certainly have. If I was to now steel man my career, I would say what I have is a really good intuition for what bad looks like based on mistakes I've made in a lot of different domains. Like I've seen I have a lot of empathy for what's challenging about games. So it means that I'm probably not going to be a tyrant as a director. It means I probably have a pretty good sense of like what's going to work and what doesn't. It means that I know when something that we're about to do is going to be potentially really complicated. I'm starting to get a really good sense of like what matters to players. Because I've been able to fail on the same problems so many times in the same project. Like I've actually been able to see like, oh, what does Insignia play like without a minimap? What does Insignia play like with a minimap? What does Insignia play like without a quest system? What does it play like with this? Like I've worked on so many versions of the same project that it's like I have this like this Doctor Strange, extra dimensional ability to perceive my project now. I don't think many people get to do that with anything, where they get to see a project as a cross possibility space, and how that affects the experience. And I think that is really valuable. I don't know how valuable, like I sense that it will be valuable in my career to have had that experience of like this amorphous, like what kinds of game dynamics affect player perception, you know? Which for me is certainly like it's been a privilege to explore that, but I don't know how useful it's going to be. It might be better, I guess, more efficient as a practitioner if you're trying to get into any industry to just watch what works and just copy that. But it's taken us a long time, like just doing that thing we were doing earlier, where we were talking about like this Breath of the Wild thing that we did earlier today. Talking about the plateau, really understanding intuitively, or like why Nintendo makes the choices that they've made, how they've made them. Why do you teleport out of here? When is it okay to teleport the player somewhere without explanation? You know, I don't know how you get that experience. Even if you just sit in the room with smart people, I don't know how you build an intuition for like what works and what doesn't. Like, I actually think like, okay, that's a really good one, right? Why do weapons break in Breath of the Wild? I actually love that problem from an academic standpoint. I think it's actually really cool to think about why Breath of the Wild is the way that it is. Because I think there's a very good reason why. I'm not saying it makes the game fun, but I think that the reason why weapons break is very, very well justifiable inside of the framework of Breath of the Wild. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, Breath of the Wild has destructible weapons because if it didn't, you would never fight these bokoblins. Never. You would get the weapons that you like, and then you would move on. These bokoblins are not blocking you. They're not in the way. You don't have to fight them. You could just go straight past them, right? The enemies are not blocking your progress. So you need an incentive to fight them. The idea that they might have some cool weapons, that there might be something valuable to you is very important. And the fact that because the world is, again, open world, they can't give you a linear progression of things. Like in the other Zelda games, you can have a power scaling kind of like, well, we know you're going to be here at this point, so let's just put the more interesting and cool and powerful items here, or the upgrades here, and you're going to have to get through A, B, C, D to get there. It's all linear, right? To power scale in an open world game is really hard, because how do we stop you from just bulleting straight for the best gear, grabbing it, and then never having to deal with all the other stuff? I mean, Elden Ring has this problem. In Elden Ring, you can pretty much beeline straight for the good stuff and then sequence break the rest of the whole game. It's really easy to do, actually. You can skip the first like 50 levels of work in about an hour if you just rush to the good stuff and then use tactics to beat bosses that give you tons of runes relative to a starting level. So to get over that, because there's no levels in this game, and because the weapons there are more powerful and less powerful weapons, by making them break, it means that your power is more local to where you are, right? What you have access to is limited to the surroundings. So if stuff breaks, it means that, okay, you're not allowed to have the Master Sword here when you fight this. Right? Like, you're just not going to have it. You can't get it. I mean, you kind of can get it, but no, well, not really, you can't. But, you know, if you have like a royal greatsword that you pulled from Hyrule Castle, and then you come here. If you use the Royal Greatsword, it breaks, and now there's no Royal Greatsword here. So it localizes the gameplay so that it's more balanced, basically. And again, so that you have motivation to fight the things that are here. You need to use the things that are here to get through here. It's, in my opinion, that's pretty much genius. I think that's like, as far as ensuring that the player experience is pretty well balanced across the design so that they don't have to account for all the different things that you could have done, I think that solves the problem perfectly. Now, is it fun to do that? Probably not ideal, because players do get attached to certain play styles. They do like the certain weapons. It might be nice to be able to repair weapons. Maybe there's a way to get a resource that you can use to repair your favorite weapon. Maybe there's a limited series of slots for weapons that you get to keep. And maybe you have to break down old weapons to get access to the resource that lets you, fix your new weapon or whatever, or your favorite weapon. Maybe you do something like that. And in Tears of the Kingdom, they do stuff like that. There's a bit of recycling in the game. I just think, I think that's a separate problem to solve, though. For me, the concerns here are that there are two separate values, right? There's the player value of, I want to play the game my way. And players want to be rewarded permanently for their efforts. That's the thing that people don't like about the system, is that I worked so hard to get this weapon and now it's just going to break. That feels shitty. So there needed to be, in Breath of the Wild, some way for the stuff that you do to matter long term, beyond just the stamina upgrades and the health upgrades. And unfortunately, there isn't one. I think that the weapon breaking, especially early game, is awesome. Late game, it's probably not. It's probably not great. There should be a way to just sort of break that system by maybe the 40% mark, 35% mark. But, that's the way it is. So there's two values, right? There's the player value of, I want the things that I worked hard for to stay with me because I worked hard for them. And then there's the game design value of, I need for you as the player not to be able to just do whatever you want. Because you would, the problem is you would find it boring. You would genuinely find it boring. And that's the thing. People think, well, I don't like this, so take this away and I'll like the game more. But if they don't realize that taking it away would actually hurt the experience in other ways, you would just not be interested in what enemies had. And even this stuff, your ability to mine, and that different weapons are good at different, have different uses in the world. Some axes are better at chopping trees down, hammers are better at mining. So to save you from being in a situation where you just go, I'll get one hammer, I'll get one axe, I'll get one weapon that I really like, a spear or whatever, and then that's it for me. There has to be something. And the alternative would have been RPG elements. Diablo or Skyrim, where it's now I get spear +5. Now I get, this enemy dropped spear +7 with lightning damage. So I don't personally think that would have been a better way to go. Because you're just constantly comparing stats and chucking stuff out. So, yeah. I'm not saying that they landed on something perfect, but I understand why they did it. And I think that it was the right direction. They just didn't land on something that was good. At least, it didn't hurt me. I liked it. I liked the weapons in Breath of the Wild. I get it. I know why other people didn't like the way that it is, but I wasn't. My experience was probably what Nintendo's experience was, which is that like the developers probably enjoyed it, at least the ones that had a say on what this is. The testing probably wasn't negative enough to force them to be changing it. Zelda is crazy. The thing is, Ryuk, I mean, like I said, like you couldn't make an open world version of that. Like, if the game was Twilight Princess, different story. Different story. You just got, it's a completely different set of player motivations. The spaces that you go through are designed for you to have the things that you have in them. It's very easy to control the pace and the player's power in a game that's so linear. Like in this level, you will get the magnet boots. We know you don't have the magnet boots yet, so we can guarantee that we can put things that require the magnet boots in front of you and that you'll need to come back later to get them because you don't have the magnet boots because the game's not an open world game. So it's really just a question of like, yes, a lot of us do prefer older Zelda because we like puzzle platform action games and not open world games. But if you add the open world, you have to design for that. Fake Zelda fan. No, I mean, you're going to get the boots later, right? Oh, that's the water temple? Wait, no, is that this one? Oh, there's the boots. I don't know. It's been a while since I played it. But your motivations going through this space are very different, right? It's mostly narrative motivations that take you through a lot of these spaces. It's that the story pushes you forward, not that the exploration pushes you forward. There's very few points in this game where you're going, now what? You know, it's very rare that you go, where do I go? What could I possibly do? Because it's always like, oh, this gate in Hyrule Field that was locked before now got opened. Now I can go do that bit. So now you go do it. Like you're never really explore. I mean, you can explore a little bit inside of Hyrule Field, but it's not, it's not like the whole game is in front of you in any direction. So different motivations for different genres. And I think that's fine. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And players prefer things as well. Players prefer different things. It's nobody's fault. Why is this not loading? Yeah. And I think that's the issue with Breath of the Wild that's really upsetting to me. The parts of Breath of the Wild that I really didn't like, if I had to be critical, were actually to do more with the world being narratively very flat. Like the first time you see the world, it feels so aspirational. You know, it's so cool to go into this world and be like, what is this? Like the map is so big and it's novel. But eventually you start to see that where the corners were cut in terms of assets, in terms of spaces. Breath of the Wild has all of its puzzle stuff feels very shallow in terms of the world building around it. It's very much like, oh, this is a bunch of Sheikah stuff. There's 120 of these. And I get it. I mean, there's 120 of them, so like, fair enough. But like, that carries over to the dungeons. The dungeons are so shallow in these games. I would have loved if Tears of the Kingdom had like bigger, more traditional dungeons. And these aren't like, they're not like terrible, but they're not memorable either. They don't feel like big affairs because you fight the same boss like every time, or at least the same themed boss. I really found that to be the part that's lacking. The visual design of everything is the same. It's all the same. Yeah, the repetition, like this visual design, it's not interesting. Whereas like in Tears of the Kingdom does better, for sure. Much, much better. But it's still... I wish they had just done like proper dungeons. It's so samey, this stuff. And again, it's samey because the tools you have are so flat. That's the other thing. The puzzle elements of Breath of the Wild are so flat because they can't force you to have done, they can't guarantee that you've done something by the time you get to a certain point. So you could fight this boss first, you could fight this boss last, and it doesn't matter. They can't gate the design, they can't tailor the design to be specific because they don't know how much you've done to get to this point. So they can't say, oh, this boss is the water boss, and this boss requires, it's ice themed, so the boss is full of ice designs, and you're supposed to use the flamethrower on it, and the flamethrower is something you get in the previous dungeon. So in this, the whole dungeon is based around using the flamethrower to melt ice. It's like, they can't do that here because you don't get the flamethrower. There is no flame. I mean, you can get him in Tears of the Kingdom, but like, it's just not tailored in that way. So the puzzles are all using the same 5 building blocks you get at the start of the game, meaning everything has to be flat, or at least that's one strategy to take. If you make everything flat design-wise, then you don't have to worry about the player's progress. I just find that well, I've never seen that before. I just find that boring. Yeah. Because the themes then become about things like, I don't know, just like physics puzzles. It's like physics-based stuff, which doesn't have any progress to it. Like, oh, the Goron divine beast is about marbles, you know, as you rotate the thing, and this divine beast is about water as you rotate the thing, and the Rito one is about a flying bird as you rotate the thing. They're all the same. You could just rotate it. That's right. Well, there's essentially no puzzle that requires you to have a power. That's the other thing. They're not, when you get out of here and you get, I mean, Mifa's Grace is just health, right? It's just a revive. Like, that's not like the key. That's not like the MacGuffin that's gonna like get you to the next, because it's just like, oh, it's whatever. Whereas like the spinner, now that's a MacGuffin. The spinner sucks, but it's cool when you get it, right? Because at the very least, it's like you see these things that you can ride around on. Well, you don't know that you can do that, and then later you get this freaking Beyblade you can ride, and it's like, well, now I can do this, I guess. Look at that. These puzzles are mental, but you know, at least it's something. At least it's a thing that you couldn't do otherwise. Link's Pro Skater, exactly. There you go. Look at that. Ding, ding, ding. And the claw shots in this game, the claw shots are cool. There's bosses built around claw shots. The double claw shots against this friggin' flying guy. It's cool. And you know what it is? It's not just cool. It's novel in the context of the game. It's a new way to play the game, or a new thing that you're interacting with that you couldn't interact with before. So it forces you to rethink certain aspects of how the game is. And that, I think, is the thing that's kind of interesting about puzzle games. That's what makes them exciting, is that every new dungeon or new space, you're rediscovering some fundamental aspect about how the game could be played. And that there's some sort of like unfolding that's getting more elaborate. Whereas Breath of the Wild can't really do that. Not in the same way. It's never really going to turn your experience upside down. So, you know, we're trying. We're getting there. Can't do that. Okay, sure. Because it's not in the build index. Why'd that not work? Yeah. All right, pals, I have to go. What is going on here? don't know what that is. Why did you get disabled? That is so weird. Okay. Well, I gotta go. Thank you, everybody, for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. We will be back tomorrow with more Insignia dev. We are going to... who are we raiding? Where are we dropping? Atomic Blom. Aussie. Working on GMTK Jam. Sick. All right. I'll catch you tomorrow. We'll do more of this. I'm having fun. Hope you do too. That's it. That's the stream. Wishlist Insignia. For sure. That's a must. And yeah. Subscribe. Do all the things. Press all the buttons. I had a great time today. I feel different. I feel good. So, see you tomorrow. That's it. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.